so ravishing.
Fine work with Hillock. Where'd you learn to fight?
Can't see why I'd want to do that here.
I've seen you before. Lion-Eye's watch isn't much, but it's...
There's an island. A horse.
Still alive, are we?
wait a bit longer for this meal. My mana is gone.
They will regret opposing me. Knowledge through disintegration.
Maybe the round one. Way off.
A little more to the left.
Fire all four. Bullseye. Four flavors, four shapes, Cheetos mix-ups.
What's up everybody and welcome back to another one of my videos. For those of you guys who don't know me yet, my name is Draconilian and today I'm going to bring this video. So without further ado, let's hop into the video. My first combo I'm going to be talking about is the WQ combo, and it's a staple combo in mastering Alistair. It may seem simple, but it's a lot harder than most people think. Headbutt Pulverize is a great way to engage fights, and it can also be a team fight winner if you knock out more than one person. Here's how you execute it. In the middle of your headbutt animation, you need to activate your Pulverize when in midair. It's going to take some practice, and I'd recommend getting into a custom game and just knocking up a few minions and practicing your combo Next, we're going to be talking about the Q flash combo. This combo often surprises enemies and gives them no time to react, to dash, flash, or dodge or pulverize. Once you knock them up, you should just be able to headbutt them back into your team for an easy kill. Doing this combo is fairly simple, as your Q is winding up for you to slam the ground, flash where you want to knock someone up. That's all I really had for combos, so let's move on to some tips and tricks you can do with Alistair. This tip is called the W slap Q slap. This combo gets you the maximum damage you can possibly output while keeping the enemy stunned and knocked up. Think of the Alistair's W like a vein cannon. W them into a thick wall, then slap them, then Q them just so the stun remains, and then slap them again. Keep in mind the wall needs to be thick, or you'll just knock them over the wall. A lot of people forget that Alistair's ultimate does not only make him incredibly tanky, but it's also a built-in QSS. As soon as you're slowed, stunned, or even suppressed, you should be able to break free from any CC just by activating your ultimate. Remember not to use your ultimate until you're taking heavy damage or heavily CC'd, or you need that little extra bit of AD bonus to win a 2v2 fight down the lane. Quite a few people also don't know that Alistair's W can also be used as an escape mechanism. As you should as a support, I'd always buy Sightstone, and so what you do is you put a ward over the jump mechanic to hop over to. So as you see here, I place a ward here, and then dash to it with my headbutt. You can do this in a lot of places, so I won't show them all in my videos, so experiment for yourself. And finally, the last tip I'm going to be talking about is Alistair's heal. As most of you guys know, Alistair's heal not only heals your allies, but also your minions. During laning phase, it can be incredibly frustrating for the enemy AD carry to try and last hit a minion, but you healed a half a second before, so they mistime their auto attack and screw up getting the last hit. Just watch your allied minions and get ready to triumph at roar when the opposing AD carry tries to last it. And so I guess that concludes my video. If you guys want to check out more of my videos, here's my last two. Improving your mechanics.
Research requires good tentacle eye coordination.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Yes, infinity more samples required. It seems your chances of survival are less than 0. Let's see. Yes, infinity more samples required.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
A land rich with information.
Minions have spawned. Blood. An ally has been slain.
Concentration subjects. Wonderful. Human melting point remains. My presence causes them distress. Creatures more resist to you may experience mild incineration. concentration of subjects around Earth. As I expected.
One spree.
What secrets are you hiding? To date, none have survived preliminary testing. Hard creatures of blood and flesh. Is clear. Extraordinary. Endoskeletal, quite peculiar. Possess a variety of internal aromas. Onward! Creatures increasingly during dissection. This world. Genders cries. Order is given. Such fascinating evolution. My presence causes them. Messy. Exceptional. Genders are more easily discerned by the pitch of their cries.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
flesh.
Has been slain.
What else?
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
My presence causes them distress. High concentration of subjects. Simple, messy, exceptional. Ah, the void. I miss the darkness.
An enemy has been slain.
A land rich with information.
An ally has been slain.
High concentration of subjects. Wonderful. To date, none have survived preliminary testing. The pattern is clear. What can we discover? Flailing appears to be a universal response. There is much to learn about this world. Creatures moving. Genders are more easily discerned by the pitch of their cries. Such fascinating evolution. I must the darkness of the void. As expected. Testing. Such fascinating evolution.
Put me back in.
My presence causes them. Creature's mewing increases during dissection. Odd creatures of blood and flesh.
Your team has destroyed the turret.
Each of their cries. None have survived good
Your team has destroyed the turret. An ally has been slain. Aced.
The night here is harsh. revenge looks like. That's unexpected. Such fascinating.
Hey everybody, my name is Ben Schwartz. Welcome to Courtyard Camera. In a matter of moments, NFL Pro Bowler Jared Allen will be joining us right here in the hotel, and we're gonna play some games with unsuspecting hotel guests. You ready?
Guys, more Call of Duty Black Ops 3 information. Today is just the day, apparently, for information, and it's all about Nuketown, baby. This is a big deal.
And then I just hitchhiked home from Corsica from there, and that's the story of how I escaped the Church of Scientology.
Feels kind of like a humble brag.
Guys, can I tell you something? I wasn't gonna say anything, but then Caitlyn Jenner came out and she was so brave, and I just...
Hey, it's okay, you can tell us, we're here for you.
All my life, I felt like I was different and I was just expected to fit into society's norms, to be courageous and a leader, quick to anger and forgiveness. It's just not me. I was born a Leo, but I'm an Aquarius.
Wow, that's so brave. That takes so much.
I always knew.
Yeah, but no, I mean, that's not a thing, right? You can't change star signs.
How dare you? Siobhan was speaking her truth. How trans star sign phobic of you.
No. Transgender is a real, actual thing that people are. Trans star sign, that's just something Siobhan made up.
Oh.
Okay, don't listen to him. We are gonna march you down to the courthouse and get you a new date of birth.
You can't do that.
God, I thought we were making progress in this country.
Everyone knows that star signs are on a spectrum.
Now that we're talking about real stuff, after battling this my entire life, and my parents telling me to hide my true self away from the world, I feel comfortable telling you guys that I identify as Jewish.
Well, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, you can convert.
Ethnically Jewish. I'm an atheist. I'm an atheist Jew. It's a tradition amongst my people.
They're not your people, man, so don't say that.
Oy vey!
You know what, Evan? Don't listen to him. You know what? You do you. As an Aquarius, I find truthfulness to be very important.
I actually always knew you were Jewish.
Really?
Wow, I have a trans Jewish friend.
No, stop. Don't say trans Jewish.
Are you gonna get bar mitzvah?
I don't know what that is.
Well, we got this truth train chugging along. I was born human, but I've always identified as a trans emoji. Specifically the blonde guy with the mustache.
I actually knew the minute I downloaded it.
Trans emoji? Come on, that's not a thing. That's insane. How can you always have identified as it if the update just came out?
Don't be on the wrong side of history, man. Come on.
Hey, Zach, can I still use that emoji, or would you consider that to be appropriation?
It's fine as long as it's respectful. Thanks for being an ally.
What you're doing is you're borrowing language from an actually oppressed group just to suit your whims.
Oy vey.
Please stop saying oy vey.
It's time for me to truthfully truth. All my life, I've struggled to find out who I was, but literally, right now, in this moment, I think I might have figured it out. I identify as Pat. It sounds right just to say it. I'm Pat. I'm Pat.
Yes. No, stop it. Stop. Hands away. You cannot identify as Pat. I'm Pat.
Being Pat is on a spectrum, Pat.
Hang on a second. Were you secretly harboring all of this hate last week when Katie came out as trans Pac-Man?
That's not normal. Thanks for watching. Click here to subscribe to College Humor and here to watch more videos where you can catch all the laughs. What was that, man?
The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Hi, babe.
Tommy Wiseau's dialogue coach was Dr. Nick Riviera, which takes us to our bonus round. Let's count up every time Tommy says hi. Here we go.
Oh, hi, Danny. Hi. Hi, doggy. Hi, babe. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Danny. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Hi, Mark. And I say hi to her. Oh, hi, Danny. Oh, hey, dear. Hi, Susan. Oh, hi, Colette. Hey, everybody.
Pillow fighting equals foreplay. God, Denny is a creepy bastard. Perfectly clear day just 2 minutes ago, now raining. Navel fucking.
Come on, we're talking about AIDS. We're talking about lesions.
The stairs are the best place to hit the G-spot. When laying down the soundtrack, the record skipped.
Oh, hi, Johnny. I didn't know it was you.
The flower shop owner doesn't know it's Johnny, even though no one on the entire earth looks like Johnny.
You're my favorite customer.
So what was up with not recognizing me?
Can I kiss you?
Holy shit, Denny is a creepy bastard.
Just kidding.
Holy shit, Denny is a creepy bastard. Tommy Wiseau reads lines he wrote like he doesn't understand them.
Think I will ever get it. They betrayed me, they didn't keep their promise, they tricked me, and I don't care anymore.
The best drink to give someone who doesn't drink is a combination of scotch and vodka.
If you love me, you'll drink this.
That's how the Jonestown Massacre started.
You're right, it tastes good.
Scotchka is not your mother's cooking. You do not need to lie about Scotchka. Tommy Wiseau cuts and pastes the same damn sex scene into the movie. Lisa suddenly grows a vagina in her hip. God is clearly angry at Johnny and Lisa having sex. Lisa's mom buries the lead about having breast cancer. Also, the movie buries breast cancer. Lisa's plan was to get Johnny drunk so he might hit her, but when he doesn't hit her, she lies about it anyway? Why are we even talking about this? Oh yeah, Lisa loves Mark and doesn't like Johnny anymore. Time for a bonus round.
I like you very much.
I love you.
I love you. I love you. But I still have feelings for you.
I love Mark because I'm in love with Mark.
I like you very much, Mark.
I'm in love with Mark. You know, I love you very much. I love you.
I love you. I love you.
I don't love him anymore.
I don't love Johnny.
And I don't love him anymore. Well, I don't want to marry him anymore. I don't have any more feelings for Johnny. I don't love Johnny anymore. I don't even like him. Not Johnny. But I don't love him.
Who the f*** are these people? This guy gets cross-eyed before the BJ.
How many people come in and out of this apartment every day?
Good question.
I also need a cup of flour and half a stick of butter.
Doesn't your home have a kitchen?
Don't your breasts have cancer? This camera move should be impossible.
It'll be here in a few minutes.
Chris R. has to carefully consider what the money is coming means before he gets angry about it. Good thing Lisa and her mom aren't there. Oh wait, yeah they are. Mark and Johnny escort a dangerous criminal to jail by themselves.
Calm down, he's going to jail.
Sure, the police just accept anybody you say needs to be in jail.
What do you need money for?
Money could be used for goods and services.
Did you get involved with drugs? What were you giving them to him, selling them to him?
Bitch, it's Denny that owes the money. Wow, Johnny and Mark booked Chris R. in the county jail in record time. Good thing Mark isn't there. Oh wait, yeah, he is.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
The sight of Mark always calms Johnny whether he's being accused of domestic abuse or not.
Well, we'll see. Danny, don't blame too much. It may not come out right.
What the fuck did he just say? Actually, it doesn't matter. San Franciscans love their football, as you'll find out. So, are you ready for some football?
I think I'm in love with her.
Johnny doesn't think it's odd when his creepy friend Denny expresses love for Lisa.
What about Elizabeth, huh?
Expresses love for Lisa, then says, "Fuck that. Elizabeth is the one I want to marry."
You are tearing me apart, Lisa!
There's nothing wrong with this scene. This is gold.
Good night, Johnny.
Yeah, don't slip on the semen on the way up.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a tragedy.
Tragedy equals someone discovering your underwear.
We were making out at your place.
Johnny is unfazed at the news that other people fuck in his apartment.
She pulls it out, and she's showing everybody me underwears.
All three people in the room. What the fuck is up with this scene? Lisa and her mom come into the room specifically to say all this shit about Johnny and then leave.
I'll record everything.
Johnny says he'll record everything, so tape recorder magically appears. Also, carries around a cassette in his shirt pocket at all times. Yep, this is how phone calls are recorded. Hook up a tape recorder to a phone and the tape never runs out. Who the is this guy? The door. Random planets. The only way we'll know
MTV Films. Scooter Braun is a 32-year-old talent manager. He's Bieber's manager. He doesn't make films. He got a producer credit on this one movie, which is a documentary. He should call his company Scooter Braun Film. 53 seconds of logos. Is this catfish? Movie uses famous viral videos to get the audience smiling and laughing ahead of the actual movie. Also, did that motherfucker just delete Surprise Kitty? Justin Bieber and Chris Brown. Oh yeah, Bieber started out on YouTube. I keep forgetting that because I'm not reminded 12 times a day.
You haven't made it until you've played New York and you've sold out the Garden.
Really? Rammstein sold out Madison Square Garden. And they're cool and all, but it ain't that hard if you're even a little bit famous.
This motherfucking hand-heart gesture is worth at least 20 sins on its own. I would write sins about this movie as Scooter Braun would stop sucking his own for 5 seconds. Film partially shares its title with that bullshit James Bond movie that was a remake of Thunderball. Also, Bieber and Bond don't quite go together. Shaken but not quite stirred, am I right? The first songs that supposedly get us revved up for Justin Bieber are a cover of Chris Brown's With You and Love Fool by the Cardigans. Geez, someone had to do a score for the Bieber movie? That's a bitch slap.
I think about him like 99% of my life.
That's not even abnormal. This girl's shoes.
He was born March 1st, 1994.
If you do a Google search for March 1st, 1994 in order to find other interesting things that happened on the day Justin Bieber was born, all you get are pages talking about the day Justin Bieber was born. 5 out of 6 Bieber fans have braces. Make of that whatever you will. Documentary. What is all this Justin Bieber shit? I want the music. Sesame Street. Man, even Bieber's childhood had product placement.
Small town people, even Toronto's too big for us.
Yeah, that deceptively small Toronto. Blink and you'll miss North America's 4th largest city.
His dad and I split when he was about 10 months old.
I don't know how you expected things to turn out when you married an infant. Justin is a dick to O Canada. I have serious doubts Justin hit this ball. You only hear the ping off screen, which they could easily have added in post. No way, Justin grew up in Canada and played hockey? Now this movie's just a fantasy land.
He wouldn't pass the puck. With soccer, he wouldn't pass the ball.
Justin is a dick to his teammates. Wait, Justin Bieber grew up becoming a badass drummer? And when did he decide to switch gears and become a sellout instead? This asshole shirt. I don't care if he's being ironic. F that shirt.
And what was your first concert? Michael Jackson Thriller.
Michael Jackson's Thriller.
Just in case you confused it with Toronto, Japan.
Justin's guitar, it's a lefty.
Left-handedness. Sweethearts. Miller Lite.
You know, I think 90% of my job is helping him become a good man.
Then you, sir, have failed. So he shaves when he doesn't need to and he screws something.
I think that
Doorbell just rang, face.
Talk about it.
Outside for some fresh
Tape on it. Does Johnny really saying one more thing that did
This guy is smart as if he has a well-worn famous philosophy book in his hands. Also, Mark's thing planned out with this other dude.
Are receding much faster than we thought.
Even when there's good news, these scientists can't figure out the speed of anything.
I mean, wherever we're all together, that's home.
Yeah, Gordon. Pull-ups. Actually, they're called Good Nights, and you just lost your sponsor. Columbia movie ends with the Universal logo.
You're one of the lucky few who bought it.
I didn't buy it.
Let's be honest, shaving sucks. No one wants to do it, but it's still necessary, unless you work for Epic Mealtime. But no one wants to go down
Mundo!
They will fear the wild. The dawn has arrived. Chosen of the sun. Ever vigilant.
The Summoner's Rift.
Next time, try to leave a dent. I think I broke a nail. Good thing it wasn't mine.
And our MVP
30 seconds
rally to
Draven.
Next time, try to leave a dent.
Coming up after the break,
Next time,
more
try to leave a
Draven.
dent. I must not fall.
We'll be right back with more Draven.
Don't stare directly at me for too long.
Don't touch that browser. Draven will be right back.
Think I broke a nail.
Minions have spawned.
Good thing it wasn't mine. Don't stare directly at me for too
It
long.
looks like Draven's taking a Draven break. Let's check out our featured matchup of the day. Draven versus some loser. We'll be right back with more Draven. Coming up after the break, more
First light
Draven.
approaches. I will protect you. Stay at the vanguard. The sun always rises. They'll have to get through me. They will be sundered. Feel the sun's glory.
You have been slain. An
Chosen
ally
of the
has
sun.
been slain. An enemy has been slain.
First light approaches. Stay at the vanguard.
An ally
Rally
has
to
been
me.
slain. An enemy has been
I
slain.
must not fall. Ever vigilant. Twilight fade.
Why, thank you.
I will break their line.
Take that.
The sun always rises.
I'll take that.
I must not fall. Stand and fight.
Slain an enemy. Has been slain.
Rally to me.
An ally has been slain.
Ever vigilant. Chosen of the sun. I will break their lines.
An ally has been slain.
Feel the sun's glory.
Too easy.
Stay at the vanguard. First light approaches.
An ally has been slain.
Chosen of the sun. Rally to me. I will protect you. The sun always rises.
Draven will be right back.
Stay at the vanguard.
Enemy rampage.
Ever vigilant. I must not fall. First light approaching. Ever vigilant. Stay at the vanguard. Rally to me. First light approaching. I will protect you. I must not fall. The sun always rises. Chosen of the sun. First light approaching. Your turret has been destroyed. The sun always rises.
Coming up after Draven.
Ever vigilant. Chosen of the sun. Stay at the vanguard. I will protect you. Rally to me. I must not fall.
slain. Has been slain. Rampage. Your team has destroyed a turret.
First light of
Your
virtue.
team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
The sun always rises. Ever vigilant. Rally to me. I must not fall. Stay at the back.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Ever vigilant. The sun always rises. Stand and fight. twilight fades.
An enemy has been slain.
Stay at the vanguard.
Killing spree. Your team has
Coming up after the break,
Chosen the
more
sun.
Draven.
First light approaches. I will protect you. I must not fall. Chosen the sun. The sun always rises. Stay at the vanguard.
godlike.
Rally to me. Ever vigilant.
damage. Go on. Be brave. Show the ladies and gentlemen that you are not a photocopy. They want to see. It's coming. Is it Susan Boyle? Is it Susan Boyle? It's Go on. Be brave.
Hey guys, what's up? Today I wanted to start a new series with the way that League has been growing over the last couple months with the publicity and other things that it's get. There's a lot of new players out there trying to learn the game, pick it up for the first time, and even people that have been around forever trying to pick up some tips. So what I do on my spare time when I want to learn something, or if I want to just pick something up, I'll pick, an LCS Pro, or this is just a So there it is, just that fast. He set up a play before he turned 6. He's 6 now after the kill, but that was pre-6 he set up this kill. And a lot of people wouldn't attempt or even think about doing what he just did, which was a turret dive, but he had it so perfectly set up, and if you look at the vision that he had around him, it was perfectly safe for him to do. The enemy team does have a Gragas jungle, so that's something to keep aware of, but here we'll take a look at what he's actually looking at. So their Fiddle jungle is down here. With Gragas here. I'm not quite sure if there's a ward there, but if you watch this in the next part, Fiddle goes into their jungle. He will spot out Gragas, so you know that Gragas isn't going to be here for this. Bjergsen knows he already has the other mid laner chunked. Right here he hits him with another one, knows he's low enough. He's going to clear this lane and try to push it in before he heads back. I'm not sure at this point if he knew what he was going to do or not, but we'll see what happens coming up here. So he clears up the lane. Victor's at about 25%. Bjergsen gets a look at him here. He's able to see what his health is at. Goes off to the side. He throws his shadow in because he's already prepared to dive this. But what he's doing is waiting for Victor to get into a better position. With him behind the turret, there's not a lot of escapes there. It takes a lot longer to get out of turret range, especially when you see Gragas over here. So his choices are, if he gets stuck back here, he has to make it all the way up to this point here, all the way back out to here, or risk getting caught, pinned in by Gragas in this corner over here. So ideally what he wants to do is get Victor into a position toward the front so that at the most he has to flash to get back out of danger to make the play and get out safe. So as you can see right now, he only has a longsword, no pots left, nothing. He hasn't backed yet. So this is pretty early in the game, 5:40 in the game. So as we go forward, you'll see he kind of gets out of Victor's vision here, but because of his shadow, he's able to find out where Victor is. When he dives this, and because of the minions, obviously. So he knows where Victor's at. Victor gets in the perfect position in front of the tower so he has some space. He shadows back in. If you look at his cooldowns right now, he's got about another second before his shurikens are up. But he can spin, so what he's going to end up doing, all in the matter of about a tenth of a second, is he will spin on top, and then as he goes to shuriken, he shurikens, ignites, and flashes out all within like a quarter second. So I'll slow it down for you guys to see, but this is how he gets off so much damage so quickly. And Victor actually makes a good play and almost takes him down through it because he's able to hit his laser on this, but he should have seen it coming. When you see a shadow here, Victor should have had his W right here, his gravity field, sitting there waiting for Bjergsen to come back in. So if we slow this down, let's try this. You'll see as he goes in, he's able to spin, ignite, throws his shurikens backwards as he flashes out. That gives him enough time to only take one turret shot, and the ignite is enough to tick down Victor and get Bjergsen's first kill of this match. He goes on to have a pretty successful match, so that's the first play he makes throughout the game. That gets him rolling, and that's how it all started. So after this, you guys will notice this is just something small. If you're new to the game, make sure that when you know that you're clear and you got a kill like that, even though Bjergsen's low, he knows that there's no one around. Just from his map awareness, you want to push this in, makes the enemy miss all of these minions. He gets back out, and we move on to the next play. This is a turret dive, so keep track of what happens here. Alright, so that all happened really fast. As you can see from the minimap, Callista's down here a long ways away. Brahm's actually in base. I don't remember if he just died or not, but that's where he's at. Fizz and Bjergsen are now ready to dive these guys. They're trying to back right now. You can see the circles right there. It'll start off with Fizz throwing his fish in. I believe he lands it on Victor. And as soon as Bjergsen sees that, he goes right for his death mark. So they landed on him as he's trying to back. Bjergsen jumps in with his shadow. He's able to get his death mark on Victor, gets his damage in. That's going to be enough to pop him once it's all said and done. So he's backing out, throws the shuriken in, and that's it for that. The next thing you'll notice is Bjergsen took an extra hit here. I'm not sure if he could have made it out a little bit quicker or not, but so he takes an extra hit here. Puts him really low. He's got all this minion aggro. Fizz isn't getting any of it, so it's all on him. He goes, pops a pot, attempts to walk back out, but this is the point where most people would most likely use their shadow to jump back out to where Fizz is over here. Bjergsen uses his shadow, throws the shurikens, hits both sets onto Gragas here, and I don't even know at this point if he knew he was going to dive this again, but when it lands its full damage, you'll see that it took him down to, I don't know, 150, 200 hit points. So Bjergsen knew if he went back in, he could finish off this kill. If you look at his cooldowns, he's still got his spin, and he had shurikens up in 4 seconds. But anyways, an auto and his spin should be enough to take this down. So he does, gets his auto off and the spin. He takes it. The only mistake that he made is when he threw his shadow in, he threw it in just a little bit too far. He'll end up getting tower aggro here. This is enough to take him down, and he dies because of it. But that was a turret dive situation with a Zed and how you can use your shadows to get in and out quickly. The next one that I have is going to be a team fight. I believe all 5 members of Red and 4 members of Blue will be here. So okay, so people
The cargo box in the GMC Canyon was designed with easy access and convenience.
Forbidden Shadow wins. Brave the shadows, I am the truth.
The safety. Which blade? Use caution when faced with the hand that moves. Pump the safety. Which blade will mark your end? Submit or die. Choice is your right. Fear will not save you. By all means, stand and fight. Keep moving on. Everybody deserves a second shot.
Chosen of the sun. Ever vigilant. I will protect you. The day is upon us.
Come try your luck, if you think you're in my league. Should I make your pulse rise, or stop?
No 6th graders ever sat with the 8th grade girls, but your JanSport backpack is permission to park it wherever you please.
Hey, that's that new gear feeling.
This week, these folders just 1 cent. Office Depot Office Max. Gear up for school, gear up for great.
What's up, guys? It's me, Jeremy. Across over 100 counterplay or by having unfair mechanics, and it leaves players left feeling like there was nothing that they could do and that they just got cheated by the mechanics of the champion. It's worth noting that just because a champion is poorly designed does not make them overpowered, and a large majority of these champions have received extensive nerfs due to their kits being poorly designed. Rather, it makes the champion anti-fun and leads to a poor gameplay experience, and so they're very unhealthy champions to exist within the game in their current state. Anyways, let's get started. At number 10, it's Vi, and when we take a look at her ultimate, it's no surprise. The ability has no counterplay whatsoever, and it makes it impossible to outplay a Vi pretty much every time. She gets a free pass to stick on you and knock you up, and can easily burst you down with the help from a teammate or even by herself if she's ahead. Vi is a total nightmare for any carry and becomes super frustrating to face since all she has to do is click on you and you have no chance. There's no outplay potential, and more importantly, there's no skill involved whatsoever in the interaction of facing a Vi. However, she can get outplayed by someone like Morgana, who has a spell shield, but depending on champion mechanics is just flat out not an acceptable form of counterplay, since it's easy to just ban out the champion, as well as the fact that you can't always get the counter pick, and you should not be forced to play a specific champion just because your opponent is playing someone who has a broken kit, as that creates a very limited gameplay experience for the players. Next up at number 9, it's Rise, with an insane power spike that takes place in his passive and a crazy long root duration and ridiculous DPS added into the fact that he scales well with pure tank items due to the mana scaling on his abilities, and Rise has always been a crazy monster of a champion. I personally thought it would get better when they made his Q a skill shot, but the permanent snare that is targeted that happens during his passive is pretty ridiculous and very unfair to play against. It's safe to say that his rework has not been an amazing success, but to be fair, he wasn't too much better before the rework either. So much of his strength being based around targeted abilities results in a kit that unfortunately lacks quite a bit of counterplay and feels totally broken to play against. And at number 8, it's Tryndamere. His ultimate creates quite a frustrating experience to face, since making him unkillable with no counterplay other than to kite him out and hope that he doesn't kill you in those 5 seconds is quite a tough experience, especially in a one-on-one scenario. As well, his nice sustained mobility and crazy chase potential due to his slow combos well to make him a ridiculous duelist, especially if you add in the damage reduction on his W. But the thing is that he's a ridiculous duelist because most of the time there's nothing you can do to outplay him in a one-on-one scenario, rather than him actually being able to outplay you. And lastly, he's the only champion in the game who can naturally get crit chance from his kit without any outside help, and being crit in lane randomly is super annoying and leads to you feeling like you got cheated with the randomness and RNG of Tryndamere's crit chance. And at number 7, it's Kayle. Quite similar to Tryndamere, her ultimate has no counterplay other than to just try to avoid and kite out the target until it runs out, and with it being castable on any of her allies, if you are playing a champion who relies on killing another champion to be successful, Kayle is going to be super annoying for you to play against. And to top it all off, her ultimate has quite a low cooldown, allowing her to totally abuse the ability. Kayle's sustain and kiting is also fantastic, and with the new Devour item, she's in a ridiculous spot right now. Her E being an on-hit effect means that any item that scales with on-hit effects for her is going to be completely broken, since it's really going to increase the damage of her E, and the new Devourer does exactly that. And by applying on-hit effects as well, and with AP and AD scaling in her kit, it leaves her open to being able to abuse almost any powerful item that comes along. Next up at number 6, it's Annie. Annie's in a spot right now where she essentially has a You Die Now button, where she can instantly one-shot any carry with a very easy and mechanically simple combo, leaving you feel like you got outplayed by a champion that takes literally no skill to play as. She kinda just spaghettis all over you and you die instantly, and with the stun in her kit, there's not much you can do to outplay her, especially since she can use her Q as a targeted stun to give you no chance to outplay her kit. Burst damage is quite frustrating to face, but most champions that have burst damage involve skill shots or low ranges or super long cooldowns or some sort of major weakness that allows you to outplay the combo, of which Annie has none of. And so her burst damage combo lacks weaknesses, making it difficult to outplay her as a whole and leaves you feeling like you didn't get outplayed at all, just that the champion is stupid. At number 5, it's Olaf, and with an ultimate that makes him unkiteable, massive true damage, a potent slow that can be on a super short cooldown if you can pick up your axes, and some high damage that scales off of his health, allowing him to build super tanky and still go crazy, and Olaf has been a ridiculous champion for any carry to face, while having a total lack of counterplay due to his ultimate. If an Olaf gets a nice lead, he can literally run in 1v5 and still pick up more than one kill. His dive potential is ridiculous and totally unfair for anyone facing him, and the only real counterplay is someone who can generate terrain, like Jarvan or Anivia, but similar to the Vi Morgana interaction, champion-specific mechanics is not an acceptable form of counterplay. If you played AD carry back when Olaf was strong, you'll remember that he was a huge nightmare to face, and his ult made him one of the only tanks in the game that is truly unkiteable while still having crazy damage built into their kit to kill you with. And at number 4 we have Yorick. Yorick has always been the classic case of a frustrating experience in League, and throughout time he's really defined what it means to have a kit that is anti-fun. He has no real counterplay in his kit, with targeted abilities, massive sustain and harass, and ridiculously low cooldowns, and high ranges with mixed damage and a super annoying slow, and trading with him becomes impossible, and so you're left feeling like the laning phase is entirely unplayable, since he gets to outdamage and outsustain you throughout all points of the lane with just his W and his E. And the fact that the ghouls are super hard to click on is also super annoying and just ties into his whole kit, creating a really unfun experience to play against. If any of you played top lane back in Season 3 when Yorick was actually popular, he was definitely the champion that kept you up at night and just made you hate League of Legends. If you're enjoying the top 10 list, just a reminder to tap that like button to help support me. At number 3, it's Fizz. His high amount of burst damage, insane mobility, as well as his ridiculous untargetability on an 8-second cooldown has definitely led to some rage-induced moments. His ability to be slippery and escape tough situations is unmatched and is honestly just flat out unfair at times. If you're playing an immobile champion, Fizz's mobility is going to be a complete nightmare, and even if you are playing a mobile champion, his BS untargetability is going to leave you quite frustrated. His kit most certainly lacks counterplay, and the fact that he has a button that says you can't kill me on an 8-second cooldown is stupid as hell. And the bruiser builds popping up where he becomes a tanky monster essentially makes him unkillable and ridiculously annoying to play against. And on the other hand, the damage builds with Fizz are also insane, since his mobility gives him a free pass in pretty much all situations. And at number 2 we have Rengar. Throughout his time, Rengar has defined what it means for a champion to be impossible to balance. His ridiculously broken and overloaded kit lacks counterplay completely, as stealth is a really unfair mechanic to face, and Rengar is likely the most frustrating champion in the entire game to play against. He jumps out of nowhere and just one-shots you, and you're left wondering what the hell happened and why this champion exists in the game. He's gone through loads of balance changes and is a prime example of a kit that is impossible to balance due to the mechanics that he has built into him, with stealth, an amazing gap closer, sustain, high damage, crowd control, and absolutely ridiculous snowballing potential. The exclamation point that they added in was nowhere near enough counterplay to make him have a fair gameplay experience, and Rengar has always been known for being a really stupid champion to play against in general. And taking home the number 1 spot, it's Poppy. Now, she caps out the list as the last champion that has an ability that makes them invincible, but Poppy's has 2 main advantages over the others. Her ultimate lasts for 8 seconds, longer than any other invincibility effect in the game, and it's also the only effect that makes a champion immune to both damage and crowd control effects for an extended duration. So her ultimate leaves her both unkillable and unkiteable, and gives her a damage amplification to top it all off with her solid burst damage and strong gap closers, which allow her to easily stick to and kill her target, and so you're left with essentially the definition of what it means to lack counterplay. Riot themselves have stated that they purposefully are going to leave Poppy in a weak, over-nerfed state due to the fact that her kit is so inherently broken, unfair, and just flat out unhealthy, and not to mention her ridiculous passive that just adds more into the fact that she is already unkillable. Fortunately, we don't have to play against Poppy too often because I'm sure the community would go crazy if she was ever actually strong in the current state that she is in.
Mundo!
Welcome
Mundo!
Hello YouTube, Spazzy coming right at you. So Mordekaiser has obviously undergone some pretty heavy changes, and I did try him out on the stream, and I found him to be very fun to play, very different, and yeah, very strong. I did have some troubles building him the right way though. He is hybrid, so there's a lot of items that sort of make sense on him. And then I saw that Reckless, my boy, my Swedish brother in arms, had been playing him a lot recently, and I decided to look him up the way he was playing him and then flat out copy it. And I gotta say, I've had some pretty huge success thus far, and I thought I'd share this build with you guys. Now again, remember, Morde is hybrid. There's a lot of ways you can go about building him. I'm not saying this is the most optimal way, but playing him bot lane with a support for dragon control this way has been the most successful way for me. So let's dive right into it. Let's start with runes and masteries. Now this is an AD based Mordekaiser, just FYI. So we're actually looking at a pretty standard AD carry rune page here with flat AD marks, makes a lot of sense. Flat armor seals, pretty standard for a bot lane. Attack speed quints and 5 magic resist glyphs and 4 attack speed glyphs, bringing you to that 916% attack speed. Now we're running attack speed here in the rune page to sort of allow us to free up itemization and not build attack speed in game. And attack speed is good on Morde because it allows you to proc that Q easily. We'll get into all of this in a second. Let's move on to the masteries. It is an 80 focused 2190 build, and I saw that Reckless was playing around with some versions of this, but this was the one that I liked the most and kept with. Some key things to point out here is that you do want to go to Juggernaut because we're going to stack up on some decent HP in this build, and that's going to help us a lot. Also, we are sacrificing a little bit of late game damage in order to get Butcher and Feast in the offensive tree. These are two very well spent points in my opinion because it nullifies the fact that your abilities cost health, and with the Relic Shield together with the early game strategy we're bringing into these games, these will make a lot of sense and help you through the laning phase. Also, of course, we're bringing Spell Weaving and Blade Weaving, very strong on Mordecai, so your support will keep them in place. You will slap them with your autos and your spells, dealing maximum damage. In terms of leveling order, you always start with W because that has the passive of gaining full experience while in lane with a support, so that is what you always want to start with. Level 2 sort of depends on what support you have. If you have a Blitzcrank, go for Q because you will almost always be able to hit 3 hits when they hook someone in. Otherwise, you might want to get E, and E is also the ability that you want to max. Now, if you max Q and get 3 hits in, you will deal more single target damage. However, that is a little bit situational. You might not always get 3 hits in. E is safe damage, and together with the fact that it gives you this insane pushing power, which is really strong for the strategy we're going to apply to Morde, makes it the skill you want to level. Max your Q second, W last, and obviously grab the ultimate whenever it's up. Let's touch on the items before we get into some strategies. Start with the Relic Shield. Ideally, your support want to do it as well. This will allow you to shove in the lane, thus preventing any type of early aggression from the enemy laners. Also together with your support and your masteries, giving you that lovely healing sustain from any poke that you might take. Then you leave that there, you don't upgrade it, and you rush to Trinity Force. This is an awesome item for Mordekaiser. You basically use everything on it except the mana. It's going to allow you to both burst and deal sustained damage during the fights. It is awesome. It's a huge pyro spike. Get it. Second core item is the new Sterax Gage 500 health, 25% base attack damage, a passive that allows you to survive when you're in the fray in order to deal the damage, to get you rolling with your abilities, pump up that shield, and just be a big threat whilst also not dying. Third item though, a little bit more situational. You can go for either Rylai's Crystal Scepter, great item on Morde. You got the health, you got the ability power, the slow is fantastic, your ghost will also slow people, lovely. Or you could go Dead Man's Plate, another new item that gives you a lot of beefiness, but also some great utility that allows you to catch up and stick to targets, which is always nice. Late game items after that, I recommend Gunblade if you need more damage and a bit of utility on top of it. I'd recommend, I don't know, any tanky items depending on what they have. You got Random's Omens, you got Banshees, you've got Thornmail, excellent on Mordekaiser if they have an auto attacker. Spirit Visage for that W healing. War Mugs, you basically can't go wrong with like defensive items. If you want to keep rolling though and you have the advantage, go for Rylai's. Upgrade your Face of the Mountain for the very last item. For summoner spells, we're bringing Flash and we're bringing Heal like a normal ADC. Crazy boat. That is the build in a nutshell. Now let's just quickly finish off with some handy tips and tricks and some mindsets that you want to have while playing Morde this way. First things first, remember that you are replacing a ranged ADC bot lane, which means that if you can, it would be super cool to bring like an ADC top or mid. Let's say a Varus mid, very common these days, yeah? It is super doable to win a game without having a ranged AD carry on your team. But remember, if that's the case, try and finish as fast as possible because the longer you go into the late game, the more lack of a ranged sustained damage dealer you're gonna feel on your team. team. What supports work well with Mortar? Well, basically supports that can make plays and also keep the enemy in place. I'm talking Thresh, I'm talking Leona, Blitzcrank. Braum could probably be pretty good as well, although not as engaged. He still is gonna free up, you know, CC and time for Mordekaiser to do his damage. Laning phase. When you play Mordekaiser this way, you wanna push. Shovel those minions into the turret, hopefully get a little bit of a CS advantage, and wait for your support to make the appropriate play. Now, when is that? That is exactly when you are about to ding. Remember, due to your W, you will ding level 2 on the first melee creep of the second wave. An excellent opportunity to just go in, look for an early hook, and the damage of W and Q together, or W and E, depending on what you level, would usually be enough to just blow a summoner straight away. If this gives you the advantage you need, look for dragons as soon as you ding 6. As most of you hopefully know by now, that ghost that you get from dragon is freaking OP-ness. You can rotate mid straight after and take the turret. Dragon can tank for ages, or you can do what my favorite thing is to do, bring the dragon bot lane and then attack the ADC while standing on safe distance. Usually if you do this correctly, you'll just force them to back because they can't solo kill the dragon, even if the turret is attacking it. They will be zoned away from the turret, which means that they'll lose like 1 or even 2 waves of minions, which is insane. So snowballing. In terms of out of lane, remember that Mordekaiser is always stronger when he's with an ally because that's when he gets his speed utility. So try and either efficiently keep the snowballing going bot lane with your support or roam together to other objectives on the map. Ability wise, try and practice keeping an eye on what stack of the Q auto attack you're at, because the third one obviously hits for so much more. Also, when you activate the Q for the first auto attack, that will proc the Sheen and Trinity Force effect. Now if you proceed to hit a second time and then wait out the cooldown on your Trinity Force, hit your E before finishing off with a final Q, it will be a Trinity Force proc Q that deals... it's gross. Finally, make sure you and your team plays around the Mordekaiser ultimate accordingly. If you, for instance, get a pick on the jungler, well, you can maybe tank a turret with that ghost. Practice moving the ghost around with your R, make sure the ghost targets the right enemies in teamfights, and also remember that the ghost can be used as a meat shield to block skill shots. It's very strong to keep that in between you and your enemy. And that is going to be it for this little build guide video. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, feel free to award me with a like. If you end up building him differently with more success, well, you know what to do. Type it in the comments. Share your knowledge.
I already calculated your odds. Sorry.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Mundo goes this way.
A summoner has reconnected.
Come to Mundo.
The oath has been taken.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Mundo will go where he pleases.
Minions have spawned.
Mundo think you a big sissy. Mundo say his own name a lot, or else he forget. Has happened before. Mundo think you a big sissy. Mundo think you a big sissy. Come to Mundo! Mundo goes this way. Come to Mundo! Mundo goes this way. Mundo will go where he pleases. To Mundo!
way. Come to Mundo.
An ally has been slain.
Mundo will go where he pleases. Come to Mundo.
An enemy has been slain.
Mundo goes this way. Come to Mundo. Mundo goes this way. Mundo will go where he pleases.
Been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Mundo will go where he pleases. Mundo smash. Mundo too strong for you. Come to Mundo. Mundo will go where he pleases. think you a big sissy?
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Mundo goes this way.
An ally has been slain.
Mundo will complete.
Has been destroyed. Slain an enemy.
Come to Mundo. Mundo goes this way. Come to Mundo. Mundo will go where he pleases. Will go where he pleases. Mundo goes this way.
Too strong for you.
An enemy has been slain. Come to Mundo! Mundo will go where he needs it! An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Mundo will go where he pleases.
Unstoppable.
Make way.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Come to Mundo. Wrong for you. Mundo will go where he pleases.
They shall not killing has been slain. Your team has destroyed.
Mundo go. Come to Mundo. Mundo!
Legendary.
Mundo goes this way.
An enemy has been slain. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary. An ally has been slain.
Come to Mundo! Mundo will go where he pleases.
Shut down.
Mundo too strong for you.
I promise.
I promise.
I promise to give you my personal attention.
Hey guys, this is Magamu, and I wanted to take a second look at the Lex Prime in Warframe, especially since it was buffed recently. Now, if you guys have been around Warframe for quite a bit, back in early closed beta, the Lex, the original Lex, not the Prime version, was one of, if not the best sniper weapons in the game at that time. And since it's got a buff, I thought it would be a really good time to go back and look at this weapon, maybe take a second look at it. Now, this has 150 base damage, most of that is in puncture, so this is going to be a very good sniper, especially in solo versus some of your armored targets like your near enemies and in your void maps. And it has an 8-round magazine. Now it has a 2.3 second reload speed to offset that decently sized magazine, but honestly, if you're landing headshots with that 25% crit chance, especially with this weapon having a really nice accuracy, you're really not going to notice that reload. And I would definitely say the fact that this weapon has a 25% crit chance and 25% status chance, I would definitely say mod towards the crit chance, especially with the amount of accuracy this weapon has, and you're going to be getting some really nice headshots, especially at a high level. Now, the question is, do you guys want to revisit this weapon? I think the answer is absolutely yes. I think the Lex Prime was already a pretty good weapon before, but now that it has this buff, it's a really strong alternative to the Murloc or even the Vacor Murloc if you guys are fans of those weapons, especially in solo, because this is a puncture-based weapon. Now, you're not going to get the Justice effect, you're not going to get the healing or the AoE damage, but the crit damage on this, the 2x crit damage, before you add any mods and a decent crit chance, makes this a really solid weapon, especially if your playstyle is going to be going for those headshots. Now, the Lex Prime only comes with one Materite polarity, so I decided to add 5 Forma to not only be able to get all my mods on. Hey guys, this is Magamu, and today I'm checking out the Quanta in Warframe, and this isn't to be confused with the Mutalist Quanta. This is a Corpus laser rifle that you build in the Clan Dojo Energy Lab, and this fires 2 lasers that deal electrical damage. And remember, electricity isn't really that great by itself, but electricity is a really good starter element since you can make radiation, magnetic, and corrosive pretty easily. And also, this weapon has an alt fire, so the regular trigger shoots electrical lasers, but the alt fire shoots squares that explode on impact or they explode when you shoot them. And while the damage is pretty decent with just the explosion on the collision, actually shooting the squares gives a really nice damage boost on the AoE explosion. And I was able to one-shot most enemies all the way up to some of the lower void gunners. So the explosion damage is pretty decent, and I think it's a cool mechanic if you don't mind the extra click to detonate the explosions. So modding this is going to be pretty simple. Your basic setup for modding any rifle.
I have kind of an interesting habit. Well, it's less of a habit, more of a financial problem. As a general rule, I don't read manga. Now, why is this a financial issue? Well, like anime, I try to stay on the right side of this very almost invisible gray line as far as legality is concerned. To me, manga has to follow the same sort of moral rules, at least as far as me consuming the media. But unlike anime, which I can actually stream from multiple sources or buy on DVD fairly cheaply in some cases, all I have for manga is to buy it. And when it is $10 to $15 for a volume that I can devour in about 20-ish minutes, depending on the volume, I kinda don't feel like I'm actually getting good value for my money. So oddly enough, this will be one of the few times that I'm actually reviewing an anime for which I have read the manga. Like, this rarely happens to me. This just happens to be one of the few manga that I actually follow. There are others, but they're very small in number. So, like Hellsing before it ended, Azumanga before it ended, and Yotsuba, which is still ongoing. Because who doesn't follow Yotsuba? No one. That's who. No one. Now that said, I do have to somewhat keep up my integrity as someone who reviews anime without actually having seen the original content from which it is based. I don't want to judge an anime based on how closely or not it followed its original material. I just don't want to do that. That's a subject that I think is pointless. If I wanted to go and see the original material, I would just reread the original material, not watch an adaptation. So, ladies, gentlemen, and others, my name is Arcada, and welcome to Glass Reflection. Today, the disappearance of Nagato Yuki-chan, a spin-off anime produced by Studio Statelight, is set in an alternate universe of the Haruhi Suzumiya franchise, a universe where time travelers, aliens, and espers do not exist. But romantic comedies sure as hell do. Let's jam. So let me start this off very clearly, so we're all understood. This series is not Haruhi. As much as some of us would love a continuation of the story from the Disappearance film, and just more Haruhi in general, this is not it. So if you go into it hoping for that, you're going to be disappointed. Sorry. What it is a rather pleasant side story asking the question, what if? What if Haruhi was not a god? What if the world was not changed by her every whim? What if everything was completely and totally normal? Well, actually, there wouldn't be that much of a change on the surfaces. In actual Haruhi canon, the Brigade members do try to keep all the supernatural things under wraps, at least from Haruhi. But this series just removes the supernatural elements altogether, and for the vast majority of characters, nothing much has changed. If you are a fan of the existing Haruhi, then you might be able to place the alternate world that the show occurs within. The hint is in the title, The Disappearance of Nagato Yuki-chan. You remember that alternate world without Haruhi that Kion is sent to in The Disappearance of Haruhi? No? Well, obviously you haven't watched it yet and should remedy that ASAP. And I'm not joking either, Disappearance is an amazing film, go watch it. Anyway, that alternate world, the one where Haruhi is and has always been powerless, is more or less where the show takes place, just with no connections to existing continuity, like no random Kion suddenly appearing and wondering what the hell's going on. The story is not a sequel, nor is it a prequel. It's a fairly normal story that shows us what happens in this alternate what-if world. To be more technical, it's not a sci-fi drama, but more of a slice-of-life rom-com. There isn't so much of an ongoing plot with this series, not that the old Haruhi had much of one either. Just to keep things interesting, however, a rather large focus is placed on the romance plotline between Yuki and Kion. In the original series, there was never really a solid romantic plotline between any of the characters. The closest one we had was that between Kion and Overlord Haruhi herself, but honestly that one never really went anywhere. The series almost plays itself out like a fanfiction, considering from the get-go it places Kion and Yuki in this romantic context and refuses to give nary a hint of a love triangle with any of the other main female characters. Except the show's not really fanfiction because it was actually written by the same author as the original, which at times feels weird considering the change of tone. Said tone is just, well, traditional slice-of-life fluff. You either like it, or you don't. The show takes a little while to get going, to be honest, as it really tried to solidify the differences between it and the original article, only to have the character of Haruhi actually show up in this show, in universe, and basically just hijack it for a couple of episodes. Speaking of, as far as our cast of characters is concerned, Haruhi is still as overexcited, random, and manipulative as always. Itsuki is, for lack of a better description, her loyal subject. Asakura is the motherly protector of all, the A student, and Kyon is, well, he's still Kyon. Not much has changed with any of them. In fact, Yuki seems to be the only character that has changed as far as her personality goes. Like, original Yuki, being the computer-like alien character, was a bookworm and a silent secondary character who rarely spoke up, only to do so when absolutely necessary, and out of all the brigade members was the one you quite honestly did not want to screw with. This new Yuki is vastly different. She's not much of a bookworm, instead preferring to play portable video games, but she's quite a bit more emotional, if a little shy. Where the old Yuki would have a constant deadpan expression, Disappearance Yuki is an altogether different person. This makes for an interesting plot point later on, actually. So that's the gist of the story, for the most part. Take the characters we already know and throw them gently into some rather stereotypical slice-of-life situations, with a bit of a romantic plotline sprinkled on top. It's nothing revolutionary, but what it is an excuse to be able to spend some more time with these characters that we know oh so well, that we have waited so long to spend more time with. The animation is actually quite different than what we're used to, and it's not actually something that I expected. Sure, it's being made by a different production house, State Light instead of Kyoto Annie, but I've seen shows swap houses before and still keep the same general look. Spice and Wolf, for example. Hell, even Full Metal Panic, when animated by Kyoto Annie, looks similar to how Gonzo did it back in Season 1. Here, though, they went with entirely new character designs based on the existing character models. They are still recognizably the same characters, just drawn differently. The tone of the animation has shifted as well, opting for much lighter colors and tones to match with the now lighthearted setting and story. The animation itself is rather average, but that's to be expected considering the content, and it's only when the story really gets interesting in the latter half of the series that the animation gets the chance to stretch its legs. Even then though, Kyoto Annie, they are not. Hell, just look at Kyon. Out of all the characters, he shows the most drastic change, now looking more like a suitable love interest for a show like this. Thankfully, his personality isn't all that different, and we eventually get to see the resident king of snark make his triumphant return, even if it takes a few knocks to the head from Haruhi to do it, but it's still something worth mentioning. Now allow me to take this moment to do some inner crying over the fact that Funimation actually was able to get the original cast back. It was a really big worry that I had, for me going so far as to even make a crazed vlog going over the chances of will they or won't they get the cast back. Because I love this cast, I really do. But it was never a sure thing, because you have things like state laws and the Screen Actors Guild posing potential threats to this wonderful reunion. But thankfully everything got sorted, and the entirety of the original cast comes back to revoice their characters. Now I'm not going to talk about the quality of the dub, because I've done that before. Twice, actually, and nothing much has changed. There was a bit of a rough start. The first episode was kind of and not as good as I was expecting, but they did get better over time, and it's kind of forgivable considering how long it's been, to be honest. So bottom line with the show is that you have to ask yourself, what are you expecting? If you've never watched Haruhi before, this is a horrible place to start. Sure, you can enjoy it as just this cute slice of life series, but there is so much in it about the characters that you just won't get, because the show's not going to bother retreading over something that it assumes you already know. Now, if you have watched Haruhi before, then your enjoyment of this series will be dependent mostly on why you liked Haruhi. If you are in it for the sci-fi wacky adventures, well, they don't really exist here. Then again, that's not even necessarily true. There is one plot line, just one, that feels like it belongs in the original franchise. And boy, is it a good one. Now, if you watched and enjoyed Haruhi for the characters, then you'll probably have loads of fun with this show. Even if you are just casually interested in this new version, there are enough throwbacks to the original that make watching this one worthwhile. That's if you're paying attention for the throwbacks, because they're not necessarily very obvious a lot of the time, but when you do notice them, you're just like, ah, I see what you did there. Sure, it's no Haruhi Season 3, but for me, it was enough, at least for now. It's like a snack, as it were, before we finally get to the main course that is Season 3. And I hope that that actually happens. Come on, Kyoto Annie. You know it. You know you want to do it. And we would love you so much. So much. Please. Please. And so, with all that in mind, I present The Disappearance of Nagato Yuki-chan with the recommendation to buy it. It's not required viewing like the other Haruhi shows might be, but it's still worth your money if you're interested in it. However, if you want to try it out, then Funimation has the show's I'm always worried about sequels like this, like sequels to shows that I feel are completed, regardless of when the sequel actually comes out. And for a sequel to show up years after the original has concluded. What do they think this is? Lupin III? The original animated series for Trigun ended in Japan in 1998. Now yes, the manga did go quite a bit beyond that, but even it ended in 2007. It was another 3 years until this film, Badlands Rumble, made it into Japanese theaters, and several years after that before English fans of the series like myself could finally once again enjoy the wacky adventures of the desert alien super god Vash the Stampede. But the challenge of a film like this is not only to be good. That one is obvious. If the film's not good, the fans will crucify it. But specifically, in this case, it needs to feel like you are still watching the original, even after all this time. This is not an easy thing to do, especially since the original was made prior to the widespread use of digital animation. This was back when they still used cell animation to do anime. It's very different now. So even just the look and feel are going to be different no matter what, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. So few films and sequel TV series have been able to manage that recapturing of the original. So the question becomes, is Badlands Rumble one of them? Short answer, no. Long answer, maybe. Warning, this video contains spoilers for the original Trigun series. This shouldn't be too much of a surprise, as a lot of people consider Badlands Rumble to be a sequel to the original Trigun, even though technically it comes somewhere in the middle of continuity. It's a long story and we'll get to that. But if you haven't seen Trigun, I recommend you go do it. It has my full recommendation. It's on a short list of shows that I think that you should watch before you die, and if you haven't seen my review on it, there'll be a thingy somewhere over here that you can click on. So now, ladies, gentlemen, and others, my name is Arcada, and welcome to Glass Reflection. Today, Trigun, Badlands Rumble. Let's jam. One of the tough things about this film from the get-go is that you don't really know when it takes place. The film starts off with a bank robbery that happens to be going extremely well. Our lead antagonist and a few of his lackeys charge into a bank and successfully bypass all the ridiculous traps between them and the vault of